Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Advisory Commission on Special Education's June meeting. We are very excited to get started. So let's begin with a roll call, please.
Good morning, Commissioner or Chair Notch,
Present.
Commissioner Snipes,
Present.
Commissioner Graff, Commissioner Hamilton,
Present.
Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Michaud,
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa, Commissioner Ruiz,
Here.
Commissioner Sorter,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Wilkins,
Here.
Commissioner Tanada Sapp, excuse me, and Commissioner Feimer. That's roll call.
Thank you. Please join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a packed day today. So Vice Chair Snipes, would you review the agenda?
Absolutely. So we get to start our day out by hearing from our commissioners with our liaison reports. And then we'll move into some state board education updates. And then we'll have a break around 10:15. We'll come back together and we'll hear from our director of state special schools for her liaison report. And then at 11 o'clock, we'll hear from Dr. Heenan for the special education director's report. We'll have a break from 11:30 to 1 o'clock for our lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock with general public comment. And then at 1:15, we get to hear from Alta California Regional Center. This was a request from Commissioner Scott. So we get to hear from one of our California regional centers at 1:15. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll move into agenda building. 2:30, we will have our last general public comment, and then around 3 o'clock, we plan to adjourn for the day.
Thank you so much. I want to review accessibility options. We do have interpreters, and so for commissioners and our presenters, just remember to speak slowly and clearly so they're able to capture what we're saying. We also have closed captioning available. And commissioners, I know it can be tougher to be on Zoom than in person. If you have any accessibility needs that would help you meaningfully participate, please let us know and we'll see what we can do to make that happen. All right, well, with that, let me quickly review our public comment options. If we could have this slide up just quickly. This is an example, not a time to call in, but I just wanted to let you know how you can interact with the Advisory Commission. There are multiple ways to engage in public comment. You can email at ACSE, A-C-S-E, at cde.ca.gov. That's also the email address that you can use to request meeting materials. And then at the end of each agenda item, you'll see this slide and you can dial in to make a comment about that particular agenda item. There'll be a phone number and a participant access code. And once you call in, you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number and we'll have 1 minute to speak. We also have, as Vice Chair Snipes just reviewed, 2 general public comment session or agenda items. They will happen at 1 o'clock. And then again at 2:30, that's your opportunity to call in about anything not on the agenda. So we are excited about your engagement, commissioners, as well. And we'll jump right into item 10, our commissioner liaison report. So we have updates from our commissioners about their liaison assignments and work they've been doing in between the meetings. So I'll open the floor to commissioners. Commissioner Ruiz?
I'll raise my hand. There it is. Okay. Thank you. I am the liaison for the Family Empowerment Centers. And we just got together on Tuesday. Seeds of Partnership conducted our kind of end of year big blowout meeting where, yeah, we got to share a lot of things, and the directors got to really put out what's current, what trends we're seeing, and just highlight some of the great things that are happening, because that's the deal. And it's a lot, so I have to read it. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see. So FECs are having real impact this year. Families have reported to parent center staff, excuse me, that they're arriving more prepared for their IEP and related school meetings, and that they have additional tools to communicate more effectively with their child's school and district. They're staying much more connected and advocating their concerns on their own. Referrals to FECs are increasing. LEAs recognize that family needs us. They need to meet with parents to build that muscle. And awareness of family empowerment centers has really increased across the state, and trusted relationships are being built. We're really seeing that, where before we didn't, the relationships may not have been connected. The connection may not have been that strong over the years, but we've got districts having their families refer to us. SELPAs are huge, having that happen. Yeah, so we're just really excited about that, because yeah, they're like little barriers before where they're not. So super excited. So that said, the need for continued family support is vital and can often be complex with multiple layers of support needed. Parents contact parent centers with questions and concerns about inclusion, placement, behavior challenges, mental health challenges, emotional regulation needs, anxiety, concern about school disagreement, or refusal to evaluate for special education, an ability to provide services outlined in the IEP, and just general support in parenting a child and young adult with disabilities across the board. We talked a little bit about that yesterday too. Families are carrying more than ever with immigration fears, potential effects of Medi-Cal and IHSS cuts. Some share housing and food insecurity concerns, school closures, transportation cuts, and school and service provider shortages. Language barriers add to the stress and impede access for many families. FECs have worked hard across the year to support areas of need in their unique regions with a variety of trainings, workshops, resource development, culturally responsive, multilingual, peer-supported family engagement activities. Partnerships with LEAs and community organizations, support groups, and parent-to-parent support, and so much more. They have extended, we are able to staff. That was a real issue when we first started. I don't mean first started, but when we first started with this layer of the grants, it was really hard to staff, and we're finding that we're able to do that a lot more now. So in summary, the sentiment shared is that when families feel heard and have a space to share their concerns and help to formulate their questions and ask about resources that will support their child as well as their family, they continue to be engaged and are better equipped to assist their child towards successful outcomes. Prepared families lead to better IEPs and their outcomes, and can enhance partnerships between parents and schools, along with other necessary community supports. Family empowerment centers and seeds of partnership as part of the statewide infrastructure of family support are essential to ensuring families have access to important supports, resources to assist with navigating these complex situations. We look forward to more opportunities to work with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate how you always do such a phenomenal job representing the work that you do with Family Empowerment Center. So very much appreciated. Thanks for bringing that to us. And it's always okay if you read.
Thank you. Thank you. There was just a lot. It's really cool when we all get together, like I believe every other month as well. At the end of the year, people just had a lot of great things to share with each other. I mean, we actually opened like a Google Drive where all directors can put stuff in. It was huge. And luckily Robin Ryan sat with me, and she's such a pro, but she was able to get that down. I feel it was still a lot, but it was a lot. So that was the condensed version. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Vice Chair Snipes?
I am going to give just a little bit of an update on what's happening in the statewide system of support recently. So last month, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence brought the statewide system of support project leads together to receive updates from CCEE, but also CDE and the state board. And then TA providers were also able to kind of share what's going on with their projects, to share about conferences and events that either just happened or are currently happening or are going to happen in the future. And so with that in mind, Supporting Innovative Practices finished our 5th annual virtual conference, and we had the highest attendance and registration that we have ever had, and it was very exciting. We got to have our event kicked off by Dr. Heenan, and then we had an amazing student panel that featured one of our commissioners here, Donata Sapp, that just really set the tone for the entire rest of the event. And so all of those sessions, all of the resources were recorded and made available on the Supporting Innovative Practices website. And the platform, the event platform, is actually available through June 22nd. So anyone who didn't attend the live event has the opportunity to actually go onto the platform and feel like you're still part of it. So that's really exciting. We want to make sure that everybody gets the resources that we shared. So along the same vein of that partnership piece that Commissioner Ruiz was talking about, and then what happened with the convening of statewide system of support projects, the MTSS Professional Learning Institute is coming up on July 14th through 16th, which will feature many of the system of support projects, lots of different presentations about what's happening in response to those needs, many of those needs that Commissioner Ruiz talked about coming from families and FECs, same things that we're seeing across the system of support as well. And then looking into fall, like we're already looking into the beginning of the next school year, right? So the DR ACSE project is going to be offering some workshops around the new desired results developmental profile, the 2025 version. That's going to be used more often by more people. And so we want to make sure that information about that tool is getting out to as many people as possible. System improvement leads, getting back into that improvement science, and they're going to be offering some basics workshops for teams to attend and really get into, what does it mean to take a look at your data and use it in a meaningful way. Open Access is going to be bringing back their inclusive learning circles, and they've had some incredible feedback on the power and impact of those. And then High Quality IEPs is going to be offering sessions that introduce the new IEP template. And so that's going to be amazing. And just for everyone's information, I think I shared this at our last meeting, but I feel like it's worth sharing every time with the audience, is that this information is available on the CalTan website. So anything that you want to know about any events, they really have it all in one spot there. So for more information and more events, because I just barely touched on a little bit there, the CalTan website is an amazing place to go.
Thank you so much. My goodness, that's a lot of information to condense. The system of supports are doing an amazing, amazing job. Thank you for sharing all of that. While I wait for other commissioners, I do want to remind our student commissioners that this is also a place for you to talk about what you've been involved with since our last meeting. So feel free if you want to share anything. Oh, Commissioner Donato-Sapp.
I'd like to share or report on a few things I've done since I last saw you all. I recently published a chapter in the Handbook of Critical Special Education. This is the book. Like, yeah, that's the book. Research, Policy, and Practice, and I had helped guide the scholars of this book, and they invited me to write the epilogue to the book titled Closing Thoughts from a Disabled Student. I presented at a California Department of Education webinar on race and disabilities. I was invited to present at an Oregon Education Association course on inclusion as part of my 4-year ongoing relationship with the NEA, and I have been increasingly asked as of late to present lectures to university special education inclusion classes, and this is my 4th one in the last few months. And I was invited to be the Heritage University commencement speaker, in large part because of the reputation of my global disability work and impact. And I was one of the youngest university commencement speakers in the history of the United States. And I'm really excited about that. And on May 7th, I was honored to be on the SIP invited keynote student panel led by our own Heather. And I also, as a result of my disability visibility in Long Beach and the other aspects of my civic engagement, I was awarded the Robert Garcia Youth Grand Marshal Award for Long Beach Pride. And I was featured in a children's book titled No Brain the Same, Neurodivergent Activists Shaping Our Future. And I was just featured for a spotlight on the council for, I was really excited to be invited by Christine Murphy to write a piece on transitioning from high school to college and adulthood for the Special Edge, and it will be published in the September issue. And I was just featured for a spotlight on the Council for Exceptional Children's online blog titled Special Education Today. And it was a follow-up spotlight about winning the CEC's Yes I Can Academic Award in 2024 and what I've been up to since then. And I presented on June 9th to Claremont Graduate University in a course titled Inclusive Practices to Support Students Eligible for Special Education Services in General Education K through 12 classrooms. And I'm also really excited that Allison Yoshimoto Tauri invited me to be in a neurodivergent anti-bullying video for the UC/CSU Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity and Learning, the group that recently presented to us about their important work. And we are going to tape that on June 23rd. And my poetry has increasingly become about disability work, and I was just a finalist for the LA County Youth Poet Laureate, where I read an original disability poem titled Stupid Smart, and I was awarded the position of the 26-27 Los Angeles Youth Poet Laureate Ambassador. And last of all, I just wanted to thank you all for welcoming me to the commission, and I want to especially thank Michelle, who has become a good friend to me. So that's my
Incredible. I'm running out of superlatives because there's just so much phenomenal things, or so many phenomenal things that are happening. Commissioner Donato Sapp, that sounds like 3 full-time jobs. I don't know when you sleep, but I am so grateful. I know we all are, for all the work that you're doing and the impact, true impact that you're making. So we're honored to have you on the commission, and thank you for continuing for a second year. Do I have other commissioners to share any liaisons or liaison reports? Wow, lost that word. Well, while we wait, I just want to send a special congratulations to Commissioner Feimer, who I believe just graduated. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually going through part of the technical problems I'm having this other than trying to sign in on a different thing. I was also online on college, like RCC college board kind of thing, because they have this presentation where if you go to enough of them, you're able to get involved in like some clubs that can get you some extra added support.
That's amazing. I know it's really hard to navigate sometimes coming right out of high school into the college system. So phenomenal job for finding and accessing those resources. Any other liaison reports? Well, thank you all. My cheeks hurt from smiling. There's incredible work being done by this team. So really, really grateful. We will transition to public comment. So anyone who wishes to speak on this agenda item can call in. The phone number is highlighted at the top, and there's a participant access code that you will enter. Once you call in, you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you will be given 1 minute to speak. We'll wait a few moments to give folks a chance to call in.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. We will transition into item 11, our State Board of Education Liaison Report. And we are thrilled, as always, to have Allison Yoshimoto-Towery with us. I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Notch. I believe the deck is going to be projected from the California Department of Ed boardroom. And before I begin, I just also want to congratulate Michelle and all of the students in the class of 2026. Congratulations, and we're excited as you begin your new journey. All righty. So as always, I am going to highlight recent board actions and discussions with particular attention to those that are relevant to students with disabilities. And at the May 2026 meeting, the board considered and acted on a number of topics, which will be outlined on the slides that will be coming up shortly. And I will walk through each one in more detail. Are you able to see the slides? Oh, perfect. Okay, for some reason I cannot, but that's okay. All right, on the next slide, We'll start with these are May actions, and we'll start with the English Learner Progress Indicator, or for short, we call it the LP. And what we did is we approved a change that added students who reclassify from being English learners. They exit the English Learner Program, and when they reclassify, we added that group of students to the formula for the English Learner Progress Indicator. And what that means is that previously the indicator focused only primarily on students who were classified as English learners. And so when schools worked hard to support students in reclassifying, they actually didn't get credit for students reclassifying because the formula was only focusing on students who were English learners. So we adjusted that, and so that when a student starts out as an English learner and eventually becomes fully proficient in English, the new formula makes sure that that success counts as part of the formula. So it allows California's accountability system to recognize that schools help students successfully make that transition to fully English proficient. And that applies to a lot of our students with disabilities as well. Many of our long-term English learners are dually identified as also a student with a disability. And so that switch in the formula is important, is an important recognition of the growth that students make. Also, for the College and Career Indicator, CCI for short, we expanded it greatly. And so the state board approved additional ways that students could demonstrate their readiness after high school, including work-based learning, state seal of civic engagement completion, completing the Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery Assessment, participating in International Baccalaureate or Cambridge International Program courses. And it's important in particular because we acknowledge at the State Board of Education that not every student follows the same pathway after graduation. And the previous system focused heavily on traditional academic measures. And the additions are recognizing that a broader range of student strengths and aspirations are also important in post-secondary opportunity. And so students can demonstrate readiness through college preparation, career preparation, military pathways, civic engagement, or international coursework. And so we're excited that we're at this juncture, California is recognizing the success after high school doesn't look the same for every student, and whether a student is headed to all of the ways I previously mentioned, college, career, military service, or civic leadership, that the dashboard should also reflect those accomplishments that our students make. And so looking ahead, we're also exploring the naming convention of the California and the College and Career Indicator, CCI, if we should eventually also recognize and expand the name of that indicator to, include civic readiness as an example. So there's a group working on that also currently. Okay, on the next slide, just a few more things on accountability that might seem a little technical, but they're actually, again, making the dashboard easier for the public to understand. And I'll start with teacher assignment data. First, we changed the term clear teacher credential to fully credentialed and properly assigned. And again, that change was made mostly because most parents and community members didn't understand what clear credential means. It's a technical term that we use in education. And we believe that fully credentialed and properly assigned is more descriptive and easier to understand. And that allows families and parents to know that their teacher is fully credentialed and properly assigned to their student's class. And it also aligns more closely with what we believe families want to know. Is my child's teacher qualified and teaching a subject that they were authorized to teach? So that was changed. And also the ELA and math dashboard was slightly, again, changed. Again, it might feel technical, but in the spirit of transparency, we moved from distance from standard to a term called distance from proficiency for English language arts and mathematics. And primarily, we believe that people interpret the word standard differently. And so in line with reaching the state's proficiency level, we thought distance from proficiency was a more accurate and easier to understand way of describing it, because the dashboard isn't really measuring how far students are from a standard in general. It's really measuring how closely students are to meeting California's proficiency expectations. So the new language just makes it clearer. And that means that in districts, as district folks are talking to the community, you may hear something like, instead of saying students are 25 points above standard, they may say students are 25 points above proficiency. Not a major shift, but it helps families understand that the measure directly relates to whether students are meeting grade level expectations or not. So together, again, we're just moving to more clarity, more transparency, and we're working in general so that the state's accountability system is easier for families to understand, less dependent on that technical education terminology, because we're really good at that jargon, and more transparency on what the data actually means so the public can have more access to that. And that's important to us. Moving to the next slide, we've really been working hard on the differentiated assistance aspect of it. We didn't take action particularly on it in May, but we will try to land this in July next month. The California Department of Education engaged the American Institutes for Research, which is commonly referred to as AIR. And AIR brought together educational partners from across the state to help us better understand and inform the decisions that the State Board of Education is about to make on the accountability and the continuous improvement system that we have in California. So what that means specifically is when districts across California, on the California dashboard, it shows on the 5-color scheme, maybe that a district needs to support their students with disabilities more intensively, and they need to shift the way they're working. That in particular, that's what we're getting input on, is how do we support districts that are in those situations? And so the conversation really focuses on how we build the system so it's equitable, transparent, and supportive of student success. Some of the big things that have come up is the number of years of eligibility. Our educational partners discussed, like, how long should schools and districts remain eligible for additional support once they've been identified as needing support through the accountability system? Should they be in there for 1 year? Should they be in there for 2 years? Should they need support for longer? And so our educational partners really emphasized that it's about providing enough time for schools and districts to implement their improvement strategies. And that we need to balance that sufficient time with efforts that ensure that the supports remain. And so we're grappling with that. A second piece is separation of the dashboard indicators from LCFF, local control funding formula priority areas. And essentially, folks are just raising questions about whether we should separate the dashboard measures from priority areas that we use in the local control funding formula, and that might make it a little easier and transparent for the public to understand what it is we're actually using to determine whether a district or school needs support. We are thinking about the growth indicator and the science indicator. Many have noted that that growth provides valuable information about student progress over time, and that science reflects an increasingly important component of college and career and civic readiness. So we're taking a look at that carefully. Also, the inclusion of the all student group. We've been looking at specific student groups as we look at accountability. Educational partners are asking us to think about the importance of all student groups as well. And that's looking at the data as a whole. And so we're taking that into account. And then within differentiated assistance is something called direct technical assistance, or even a more intensive way of supporting schools and districts. And so lots of conversation about how we don't fatigue districts and schools with multiple layers of assistance when they fall into those categories, and how can we be more timely, more responsive, maybe more focused on building local capacity to improve student outcomes rather than folks coming in or descending upon a district or a school to support. So building that local capacity and leaving districts in a solid place. And then finally, the dashboard alternative school status, or what we call DAS. Educational partners have been increasingly stressing the importance of maintaining high expectations for all students, including our students, for example, in juvenile court schools or community day schools who are in alternative education, and that the accountability measures need to appropriately recognize the unique circumstances that many of our students are working in and being served through the DAS schools or the county offices of education. So I'll go to the next slide. There's a little bit more here. Just to say that in these discussions, we asked the California Department of Education to provide a lot of different kinds of simulations or what if scenarios to better understand how, if we make one decision, how would it affect schools and districts? If we make a different decision, what would that look like in terms of the numbers of schools and numbers of districts that are being included for differentiated assistance or direct technical assistance? And so we're doing basically a deep dive before we make a decision on this, which will come in July. And it really matters because we want to ensure that the criteria that we use to identify schools and districts actually benefit the most schools and districts with additional support while we're still fair and we're still have consistency statewide with our standards. So looking ahead, again, in July, we're going to be making the decision after reviewing again more in different scenarios. So we'd love to hear your impact. And of course, public comments always welcome during the State Board of Education, or letters are always welcome during the State Board of Education meetings. So I wanted to make sure and share that with you. And then finally, very excited on the last slide, you should see a pie chart that shows, as a state board, we've spent a great deal of time discussing how we measure student success and how our policies that we pass support students in reaching their goals. And we've also, I believe I've shared before, that it isn't just numbers. It's not just GPA. It isn't just grades. As a state, we have been really invested in having a portrait of a learner that invites all of us to discuss how we define student success beyond those numbers. And so it really was an opportunity for students and families, educators, employers even, and community to articulate like the knowledge and the skills and the dispositions that we want even post-graduation for students. So our portrait of a learner is not a requirement for school districts across California. It doesn't require them to do anything, although many districts are creating their own portraits of a learner, or even portraits of the adults that work in their system or portraits of their system. The state's portrait of a learner is really to serve as a model for the state. It will be used by the State Board of Education to guide a vision for future policy, a vision for future accountability, and continuous improvement efforts that we have as a state to ensure that the education system that we are creating prepares students not only for college and careers, but also for meaningful participation in their communities and in our democracy. So I'll leave that with you as a North Star. There is a QR code on the slide. So I believe if you use your phone and use that QR code, that you could see the actual language that describes each of those indicators on the portrait. And again, we're just very excited to finally have that to serve as a North Star for us. And with that ends my report for today. And again, we welcome your input always and would love to hear your voices at the State Board of Education meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As always, I really appreciate, it's been a theme in many of your updates, the thoughtfulness around the use of language. It's a really particular attention to transparency, like you mentioned, but also accessibility and dignity. And I really appreciate that standard of care that the state board provides, and it makes a genuine difference. So thank you for that. And I'll also say one more thing, and then I'll turn it over to commissioners. The update on differentiated assistance also reflected a very thoughtful orientation and prioritizing of timeliness and focus and genuine local level capacity building. And I appreciated what you said about not wanting to cause fatigue by just layers and layers of service, but doing it in a meaningful, streamlined way. That's exactly what districts and counties need. So I'm always so impressed by the work of the state board and feel grateful that you're doing this amazing work on behalf of all the students and educators in the state. So thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to other commissioners for questions or comments. Commissioner Ruiz.
Oops. Wow, that was great. Allison, I always enjoy your reports, and it's a lot to report. So I appreciate your attitude around it. It's really great. There was so much. There was just a lot, and that was great. And I was imagining as you were talking, some of the local schools around Whittier that that could really benefit from this, So anyways, I'm not going to go into that. What I want to really focus on is I'm really excited about the dignity focus. That's what I'm getting, and that's what Chair Notch mentioned as well. That's so important, and I'm so glad it's finally happening, because I think the current way, the way we've always defined student success, alienates so many students, and so many of these students are already coming from some really hard home situations. And then just to come to school to be, I don't know if the word is unnoticed, but just already kind of accepting that they aren't going to do well in this area, And so, yeah, I'm really, really excited about what you're doing, and keep doing it. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all these things, in real time at our schools. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Sorter.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the switch to the portrait of a learner. I really do like that. I think a lot of people do, the inclusiveness of it. And I'm going to call it the portrait of a learner wheel, kind of like the wellness wheel that a lot of districts use, but also that they've defined what it is, right? There's real concrete examples there of what is an empowered learner. What is a person of character, acts with honesty, kindness, and empathy. I think that's really important so that staff and students and everyone can really grasp what that looks like when they implement and have rubrics to monitor that.
Commissioner Scott.
Allison, thanks so much for your thorough report. But also I appreciate that the board is not just looking at numbers, like test score numbers, but on, the success of children, other things that make a student successful. Thank you so much.
All right, pausing for any other commissioners for comments or questions. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you again so much for your update and all of your phenomenal work. And we will move to public comment.
Thank you so
We
much.
have this. Thank you. So the slide is going to be put up. There is a number for you to call in with the participant access code. This is a comment about the update from our State Board of Education liaison, Alison Yoshimoto-Tauri. If you would like to call in, you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number and will have 1 minute to speak.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, well, we are running ahead of schedule again. And so I believe that Director Heenan is able to move to item 13 for us early. So we will move into item 13, our Special Education Director's Report. Thank you so much for flexibility with the time, Director Heenan. Oh, you're a little garbled.
Is that a little better?
Much better. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. So I just want to give time. Okay. Thank you for the technology team for being able to pivot so quickly. So happy summer, everyone. And congratulations, Commissioner Feimer and the class of 2026. So really look forward to hearing about the exciting next steps in your journey and everybody's journey. It's great to hear when people report back or come back in the upcoming years, just to kind of see the journey that you're on and the amazing accomplishments. So I'm sure this is the first of many for you and for all our graduates. So congratulations. And before we begin, I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for all of your flexibility as we needed to pivot like we normally do when things come up, and we had to pivot to an online platform. And know that CDE facility, we had to do some cleaning, and there was some light cleaning chemicals involved. And even though there was no concerns to people, reported in any way, we really need to be cognizant of our commissioners and the families, and not to expose anybody to any potential chemicals or anything that could impact the health and safety of our children, especially those with disabilities. So we didn't want to take any risks. And we want to thank you for your understanding and for this decision. We had to err on the side of safety to our families first. So again, as we close the year, I'd like to congratulate our LEAs, our parents, and our students for a great academic year. Much progress was made in many of our areas of focus in LRE, least restrictive environment, K-12, preschool had huge gains. And as we said yesterday, we talked about graduation rate, academic outcomes, parent involvement, so much more. So we know we have a lot of work to do, but our teams are out there supporting districts, including just wanted to express gratitude to SECO, our Special Ed County Office partners, our SELPA partners, CAPSE, superintendents, our technical assistance providers, and everybody. There's too many to mention. Just expressing real gratitude to each and every one of you for your hard work and commitment to improving outcomes for students with disabilities this year and in years to come. So next slide, please. And as we begin today, you'll see that our agenda is a little bit lighter than usual, which is kind of fitting as we close out another busy but productive year. Today's discussion will focus on a few key updates, including legislation we've been monitoring on a daily basis, the governor's May revision, updates on our state personnel development grant, or we lovingly call it the SPDIG. We're going to talk a little bit about some activities from our division and a look ahead at some upcoming outreach opportunities. And while the agenda may be shorter,
the work behind these updates remains ongoing and important as we continue to support our students and families and community across California through the summer as we continue to educate our students 12 months a year. So my hope is today's conversation provides not only an opportunity to reflect on the progress we made this year, also some challenges that we navigate together, but opportunities that lie ahead as we prepare for this next coming school year. So at CDE, we'll be calibrating some of the work for our technical assistance providers throughout the summer, goal setting for this coming year, work within our division. And so with that, let's just get started. If we could go to the next slide, please. And as I mentioned earlier, the legislation and budget season, we are in full swing, almost at the end. So we'll review some of the bills and budget updates that we know of as of yesterday. Today, things are happening as we speak. So when we hang up this call, I'm sure some additional progress and decisions will be made on some of the bills that relate to our students with disabilities. And I just want to continue to ask that we continue to contact our legislators and express our gratitude and support for keeping special education on the forefront of the work they do every year. I've seen this as an unprecedented year in many ways, and I just want to thank you for your voice in these arenas. So if you go to the next slide, I think we talked before on Senate Bill 373 from Senator Grove, and I think it's important to review the work happening from this bill that passed last legislative season. Our division is working really hard to implement the changes. And again, this really focuses on the health and welfare of our students that are in out-of-state placements. So some of our students receive their services and their education in schools and placements that are outside the state of California. So this really shores up the overall safety and well-being of our students who are not in California. Again, there's some pretty big impacts to our LEAs, our school districts, and our SELPAs, our special ed local plan area, beginning just a few weeks in July 1st. And this includes quarterly telephone check-ins, which each student that is placed by an LE, by a school district in the out-of-state placements. And that's really to evaluate the pupil's health and safety and make sure that things are going well, in addition to the on-site visits. Again, we have annual in-person meetings from school districts, from CDE. We've updated our procedural safeguards and rights that they're given directly to students as well, students 16 and older, to make sure they understand and have in writing that they have rights as well in these out-of-state placements. We've also included information for contacting what we call an ombudsman, or a person there to support the student's rights, and access to calling us directly if they have any questions or concerns. So really improving that communication between school districts, the CDE, and their students who are in out-of-state placements. Beginning July 1st, the certification for out-of-state placements includes a review of California laws, and that we forbid restraint and seclusion and reviewing policies before certification. We are reviewing with these out-of-state placements behavioral interventions that are acceptable and that are not acceptable for students. And we definitely have our new non-public school unit. Our consultants will definitely conduct direct interviews with our students with on-site visits to evaluate the students' well-being, health, and safety. And for our out-of-state, specifically non-public schools, we're ensuring that there are confidential conversations between students and the CDE so that our students feel comfortable and confident that their discussions are just between us and the students to make sure that they are safe. So our Constituent Support Service Office really has done some additional training to start really working more closely with students or staff when they call. Next slide, please. We talked about some additional bills that we're watching, and one big, I'm sorry, I'm hearing a little bit of reverberation, so I just want to make sure everybody can hear okay on your end. A little bit. I'm sorry. Okay. So anyway, just wanted to go over Assembly Bill 1861, which was requiring the California Department of Ed to create and maintain a public database on complaints. That bill actually, I think on here it says failed. I hate seeing the word fail, or sometimes they use the word die. But basically that bill has stopped. It did not gain momentum. And so that bill is no longer moving forward. We at CDE continue to keep track of our complaints. We're setting up some systems to look at specific school districts where multiple complaints might be made and provide technical assistance to that school district if and when needed. So that's something we're going to continue to do and improve on just as a practice for CDE. Another bill that I just wanted to highlight was Assembly Bill 2191, would establish a statewide resource lead specifically to provide technical assistance to LEAs to build capacity and develop the alternative pathway to a diploma support. And the status of this bill is in the Senate. So we're hopeful that this bill will pass through. As we know, we need to provide more information, more education, more technical assistance to our districts to ensure everybody understands this alternative pathway to a diploma. Assembly Bill 2468, as Commissioner Snipes mentioned before, is focused really on our SIP, or supporting inclusive pathways. And it would reassign the administration of SIP from CDE to CCEE, or kind of really combine the work that the two agencies are doing together. And it would also provide some additional funding over the next 5 years to keep the work going for SIP. So we're kind of excited about this. It's right now currently, I believe, in the Senate. So we're hopeful that we can see some movement and some approval of the work, and some extending some monies to supportive inclusive practices. There's something else I'd like to just highlight is Assembly Bill 2526. And this bill would include additional monies for students who take the alternative assessment. So these are our students with our most extensive needs. And the Assembly has really recognized that school districts need additional monies to support these students. So we're looking at additional funding for districts and supporting our students who have these unique additional needs. So we're looking forward to seeing that bill move forward, and that is also in the Senate. And the last one I want to highlight is 1381, and this is a state special schools bill, and it requires a notification to a parent of a pupil who is deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, or deafblind to include information of the option to attend our state special schools. So it would commence in the 27-28 school year. And if an IEP was developed for a student in these categories, the bill would require the IEP team to provide the parents, the guardians, or the educational rights holder with information about the California School for the Deaf, the California School for the Blind, state special schools. And this is a bill that our state superintendent sponsored. So currently, I believe it's still in the Assembly, but we're hearing a lot of support for this bill. Next slide, please. And the next slide just on the May revise, which was released in May 15th, I believe. So if you really want to get into that, on the Department of Finance website, if you look at the trailer bill information, you can go through the exact details of the trailer bill. But the really exciting news is for our state SELPA, the base rate and equalization increased. I mean, we are seeing for the first time in the history of California that I know of, this is the largest increase for special education ever. So the May revise, the proposal from the governor was to increase the base rate to $999 for students with disabilities. However, the May revise came out and increased that amount to $1,340 per ADA. So we are truly excited about this investment to really provide the much needed funding to provide supports and services to our students with disabilities. So we're really, really excited about that. In the May revise, the supporting inclusive practices encumbrance date change is in there. So it provides this technical assistance provider with an additional year to work with students, districts, families for this ever important work. It provides another year for this work. The last thing that I think is notable is the Golden State Teacher Program. With the May revise, it increased the grant program by $16.2 million in IDEA funding for special education funding. And that's to support specifically special education teachers. So without this investment, the Golden State Teacher Grant was underfunded. And not only we're happy to see this program continue, but really to target special education teachers is a huge and impactful way to address our workforce shortage. So we're excited about that. And again, last but not least is our California Center for Inclusive College. We use CCIC for that. The May revise provides $25 million of one-time funding available through June 30th of 2032, if I think I remember correctly. And again, it's an investment, an incredible investment. So as you heard yesterday, you know, the center from our presenters yesterday, the center is opening its doors for so many students, and we're looking to really improve and expand these programs at the college level. So if you just go to the next slide, I just thought I would share. I had the honor of attending the graduation of Cal State Long Beach, their CCIC program. So proud of the accomplishments of these students, the dedication and the commitment to the from the university for this program. The dean came and spoke at the ceremony, and there's just so much pride in the program, so much pride for the students. Lots of the faculty attended this event, and we're really just hopeful. We want to see this funding expand, the programs expand throughout the state of California, and really see this is something when we see policy transform into action. So really excited about this program and the commitment of our legislators to provide funding for these opportunities. Next slide, please. So again, for those who might have missed the last presentation, we truly are listening to our families and working with the Office of Administrative Hearings to offer options for families for flexible formatting to include if there is a resolution session, remediation, or a hearing requested through the Office of Administrative Hearings. We have worked with them as a part of their upcoming renewal for their interagency agreement. We're including language that clarifies the process for families to request in-person mediations or hearings if they choose so. We want to make sure that there's flexibility in how these proceedings are conducted and continue to prioritize accessibility and convenience for families and students. As most of you know, during COVID-19 pandemic, almost all of the mediations and hearings were conducted virtually. And virtual formats provided effectiveness for many families, accessibility for participants, and they'll continue to maintain an option. But we also heard from our families that they missed having these in-person discussions. They felt they were maybe more effective. They liked the face-to-face meetings and felt a lot more success in these meetings. So we've worked with the Office of Administrative Hearings to move this as an opportunity for parents to request hearings either virtually or in person. And you'll hear more about this on the how to coming this fall. So we're excited for this. And again, we're always looking for accessibility, but really focusing on outcomes for families and for school districts to make sure that we can come to a resolution if there are concerns in the most flexible and accessible way possible. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, a few states lost their, and again, another acronym, the State Personnel Development Grant, the SPDIG is what we lovingly call it. Many states lost the SPDIG this past fall due to the Department of Education in Washington felt that some states, the work they were doing did not align with the administration's priorities, specifically around DEI, diversity, inclusion, and equity. As you know, California was one of the states. We lost the funding for this grant. And really, we were focusing at that time on embedded instruction, professional development, and support to staff who work with our youngest learners. So our preschool students, our preschool teachers. And we lost this work. We lost this grant, and this work was led by the Napa County Office of Education. The grant was cut. It's devastating. We have a commitment from Napa. They're continuing to do what they can at this point. However, in April, Department of Ed announced another opportunity for the SPDIG, and this focus was on teacher recruitment, or is on teacher recruitment and retention of special education teachers. And so the California Department of Education, our division applied or is applying in process of applying for this grant. And it is a funding opportunity administered by the U.S. Department of Education. It provides about $7.3 million in federal funding for a 5-year project period to really strengthen statewide systems for personnel preparation, professional development, improve outcomes for students with disabilities, and to make sure that our teachers are well prepared for instruction. So just so you all know, my division conducted a comprehensive and competitive selection process and identified San Diego State University and the San Diego County Office of Ed as key partners in this effort. That we are applying for this grant and we have been working extremely hard to meet the very, very short timeline, which will be submitted next week. And if awarded, the proposed projects, which is called Apprentice Ed California, we're seeking a little bit over $4 million across 5 years to implement a registered educator apprentice program using an earn to learn model to recruit, prepare, and credential special education teachers. So this model is designed to create pathways into the profession for current paraprofessionals, instructional aides, substitute teachers, career changers, or other school-based staff who want to go into the field of special education. So know that we're submitting our application next week, and we hope to have some good news in the upcoming meetings regarding this critical work. So some big news on the SPDIG front, a state personnel development grant. So if you move to the next slide, we have just one federal update that we'd like to just talk about. I think we discussed it briefly next time, but in some that their Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education is looking to streamline reporting requirements for states. And they want to maintain the core measures used to monitor our states and outcomes for students with disabilities. And so if you look at that next slide, I'm not going to go over this. There's a lot of words on the slide, but more specifically, it highlights some proposed changes to federal special ed accountability reporting. So in some, the U.S. Department of Ed, the Office of Special Education Programs, called OSEP, they proposed some updates to our annual performance reporting, which is the primary accountability system used to monitor special ed outcomes for states. And the proposal really streamlines the reporting requirements by eliminating a few indicators. They've made some minor revisions to measures, and they're trying to simplify narratives, but leaving most of the indicators unchanged. So what I do want to take away, and just my message is for everybody tuning in, is that California will not be changing how and what we monitor. Specifically, we will continue to highlight and look at disproportionality for race and ethnicity over identification of students with disabilities. And we'll continue to work with districts to examine their data for over-identification, look at root cause analyses for this over-identification, and work with them to highlight and to make sure that this is not happening in school districts. So although we might not be reporting it to our federal government in the same manner, California will continue to monitor these very critical areas to make sure we're improving outcomes for students with disabilities in all indicators. Next slide, please. So just to highlight, this year really marked a historic milestone. We celebrated the 50th anniversary of IDEA in so many different districts and agencies, and it truly was a year of celebration of 5 decades of progress towards ensuring our students with disabilities have access to a free and appropriate public education and meaningful opportunities to thrive. We honored students, families, educators, advocates, and leaders whose truly their dedication transformed educational opportunities. We've expanded access, inclusion, and belonging for hundreds of thousands of students. And as you know, we mentioned at the celebration, we celebrate how far we've come, but the anniversary also reminds us that our work is not complete. So every generation, has that responsibility. We want to ensure that our students are well prepared for purposeful and fulfilling lives. So for us, the next chapter of IDEA, it's going to be written by all of us, whether we're working together in partnership to ensure that every student and every family feels valued, supported, and empowered. So as we conclude this school year and celebrate our IDEA's 50th anniversary, we do need to take pride in the progress we've made. So often we look at the gaps or what's missing, but we need to take and have gratitude for where we're going, how far we've come, and those of us who've paved the way and take inspiration from our students to continue this work every single day. And I just ask that together we carry this work forward. We build a future where really every student, regardless of ability or disability, has the opportunity to belong, to succeed, and to thrive. Next slide, please. And as we reflect on this year, and yes, that is me with a perm, I want us to celebrate the impact we've made. I want us to learn from our challenges that we've encountered and remain committed to this continued growth. I'm confident that together we can continue to build a stronger, more inclusive California that's responding to the changing needs of our families, that we embrace new opportunities, ensure that every student can flourish. So I will always ask when future students, families, and educators look back on this moment or this year or today, what will they say that we stood for? What will our legacy be? Or what will we need to do differently? Will we maintain systems or will we transform them? Will we have a system full of barriers or one of inclusivity and belonging? So I just want to leave us with a quote that I saw that it really had an impact on me. And it says, "The true measure of our work is not found in simply reports, meetings, or initiative. It is found in the lives of students who have greater opportunities, stronger voices, and brighter future because we chose to lead with purpose." So I want to thank you all for the work you've done this year, for the legacy you continue to build for California students and families. And I'm just going to always leave you with 2 upcoming outreach opportunities. So if you would advance 2 slides, please. And I just want to highlight the work from our Strengthening Partnership for Students with Disabilities webinar series. I want to take a moment to reflect on the really important conversations we've had together throughout this year. We've had topics from inclusive practices to family engagements to special ed rights, transition planning, literacy, behavior supports, supporting the needs of our deaf and hard of hearing youngest learners, supporting our duly identified students who are our students who are English language learners and students with disabilities, and as well as recognizing and addressing the unique needs of students of color who have disabilities. And we've also highlighted strategies at the foundation of all this to strengthen partnerships between families, schools, and communities. What made this series so valuable is not just the information shared, but the collective commitment of all of us, of our parents, our educators, our administrators, advocates, and community members who showed up every single month to these webinars. So while today's or this month's session really concluded the academic series, this work is far from over. So as our needs continue to evolve, as we get more feedback from the community, we look forward to returning next school year with new topics and new voices, new opportunities to connect and to learn alongside another. So I do want to take a moment to extend my sincere appreciation to our incredible partners at Seeds of Partnership, and a special thank you to Robin Ryan for her leadership, collaboration, and unwavering dedication. These webinar series truly is her doing. So big thank you to Robin. We couldn't have done it without her and the team. So again, we look forward to seeing you next year. It's kind of like until we meet again. Thank you for being champions for our students with disabilities. And on the last slide, if you can move forward, just a final reminder that we are not in this work alone. Whether you are a parent navigating your first time as a student, as a parent needing support, or an educator, an administrator leading change, a community partner, just know that our division is committed to supporting you. The Constituent Support Office was created last year to help families and educational partners resolve concerns and strengthen these partnerships so that we can remain focused on what matters most, and that's positive outcomes for students with disabilities. So as we look at the year ahead, I'm full and I'm filled with hope, because the dedication I see from families, the commitment from educators and leaders across California, we are moving in the right direction. And so every student will have the opportunity to learn, to belong, and to thrive. So on a personal note, I want to thank you all for your support for me, for my team, and the California Department of Education. It's truly a privilege to partner with all of you in the service of our students and families across the state. And as we close out this 50th year celebrating IDEA, again, reflecting on how far we've come, but reminded of the work that continues. And the progress we've made is so meaningful, but the opportunities ahead are even greater. So I just want to thank you for your partnership, your advocacy, and your unwavering belief in students with disabilities. We look forward to continuing this journey with you in the years ahead. So thank you again, and have a wonderful summer.
Director Keenan, thank you so much. You and your incredible team make partnership easy, and we're so grateful for your leadership and all of the amazing work that's being done. And I will go quickly on this because I'm a crier, but I have to mention how personal SB 373 is for me as a parent whose child required the support of an out-of-state placement in a residential facility. I know firsthand how vulnerable families are in that situation. And the distance alone is enough of a hardship, but not being able to directly ensure the well-being of your child day to day is a parenting shift that I still don't have the words for, and a massive leap of faith. And we were so lucky to find a program that truly wrapped their arms around parents and our family and kept us connected and made us feel like partners even from far away. But I know that's not the experience of every family. So the quarterly check-ins, the in-person interviews, confidentiality protections, those aren't bureaucratic details. Those are lifelines. So I am deeply personally grateful for the work that CDE is actively doing in this heavy lift of implementation. So thank you. And I will turn it over to other commissioners for comments or questions. Okay, Commissioner Ruiz.
Sorry. I just, again, I can't not highlight, Dr. Heenan, how this feels very personal for you. I can just feel it. Yeah, it's like it's your human charge to do this work. And it's just really nice as a parent and as somebody so involved in this work to have our leader really be focused on the human element of students and families. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, pausing for a moment for any other hands. Okay, we will transition to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, there's a number to call in with a participant access code. If you call in, you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number and given 1 minute to speak. We'll wait and allow time for our members of the public to call in.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, quick accessibility check. We are scheduled to have a break. Right now, it was supposed to be a 15-minute break. If we run on time, it will be 7 minutes. Is that enough for everybody, or do we need to come back a little bit later for the State Special Schools Director's Report?
I think staying on schedule would be great if it's okay with everybody else.
Great, I'm seeing thumbs up. Wonderful. Okay, commissioners, we will take a break and we'll be back at 10:30. Welcome back, everybody. We are excited to move into item 12, which is our Director of State Special Schools Liaison Report. So I'm thrilled to have Nancy Leibach-Amon with us, and I will turn the floor over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm happy June. I'd like to do things a little differently today. And I want to make sure that my connection's clear. Is everyone following me okay? My screen looks a little slow, so I'm just making sure we're good. Okay. I'm very happy to be here to introduce one of the most important things that are happening within the state special schools is we have 3 diagnostic centers. And today we have Gloria Mao, Director of Diagnostic Center North, who will share as to what's occurring with the Diagnostic Center, and her Assistant Director, Heather Cantrio, is here as well to present to all of you and talk about what they're doing for the state as well. Thank you very much. Welcome, Gloria.
Thanks, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to share a little bit about the diagnostic centers. I'd like to introduce Heather Cantero. She's one of my assistant directors, if Heather can give a little wave. We have a short PowerPoint just to kind of give you an overview of just all 3 diagnostic centers. And then hopefully we'll have some time afterwards for some questions, because we love answering questions about the center. And if you can't guess, we love talking about what we do and how we support students. We are Diagnostic Center North. We cover from Monterey County all the way up to the Oregon border. So if someone can move on to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you.
The slides showing? I can't tell if they're showing. This is Heather.
Okay.
Are the slides showing?
Yes, we can see them.
They are. Yes.
All right. We can't see which slide showing.
My setting must be wrong. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So there are 3 diagnostic centers, and diagnostic centers are unique to the state of California. We are the only state that has these centers and that function in the way that they do, where we are, we provide direct services to students and to districts throughout the state. If you look at the next slide that shows the map, so there, the 3 centers. So like what I said earlier, Diagnostic Center North covers the area in orange, where it's down from Monterey all the way up to the Oregon border. And we are located in Fremont. We are actually on the same campus as the California School for the Blind, and right next door to us is the California School for the Deaf. And just kind of within our division, we're known as the Fremont Block, because we're all 3 of us together. We share services, we work together very collaboratively. The area in yellow is Diagnostic Center Central, and that's located in Fresno. And that's the area they cover. And then the area in green is Diagnostic Center South, and they're located in Los Angeles. And they have the area that they cover all the way down to the Mexican border. So if you could go to the next slide. Our services, all 3 of us have the same mission, and the way we may provide services may be a little bit different depending on our area. At Diagnostic Center North, we really take into account feedback from our constituents, and we really look to see what trainings or what projects they would like from us. So it might look a little bit different. So we do student assessments. For students aged 3 to 22 at little or no cost to the district and families. We do professional learning opportunities or trainings. We have hundreds of trainings between all 3 centers. And then we also have technical assistance projects, which are my favorite. And I will talk a little bit more about that later. And that's just an opportunity for a deeper dive for us to support LEAs and school districts and county offices of eds. Okay. If you go to the next slide, please.
This is Heather. I'll jump in just to share a little bit about the type of staff that we have. We're really lucky that we employ school psychologists here at Diagnostic Center, and all of the centers might have slightly differing titles, but we all mostly have the same type of staff that provide services. So we have school psychologists, we have clinical psychologists, speech and language pathologists, educational specialists that cover from mild needs to extensive support needs, and developmental pediatricians or physicians of some sort to answer those really complex questions where medical needs might be part of the need for what comes up in our assessments. If you can go to the next slide, we just have a few areas of specialty that we wanted to touch base on, because when staff come to work at the diagnostic centers, they really get an opportunity to research and figure out what's the cutting edge, what's the research saying, what is the state-of-the-art ways of interacting with things that are coming up and with students with special needs. And so we just have a few to highlight. All of the centers do work around dyslexia, the science of reading and literacy. Some of our sites have very specific supports around selective mutism. All of us work with speech and language needs, deaf and hard of hearing, behavioral, social, emotional, mental health, autism, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and neurodiversity affirming language, and other topics around neuroaffirming and neurodiversity, executive functioning, universal design for learning, UDL, augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, and instruction and tier support, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, MTSS, and extensive supports needs. And I'm going to talk briefly, going on to the next slide, about our assessment process, because what we found is we try to get our name out there, and we try to show up at all the events we can and talk about our services, and yet there's still folks that don't know about these free services that the state allows and offers. And so I want to talk about the referral process, and hopefully you'll take the information back and share it wide. You can move on to the next slide. So in each center, North, Central, and Southern, we all have a referral process. And so our referrals come in they're initiated by the district or the LEA, but there's a full portion for parents or guardians to complete as well. So we receive the applications, we review all of the documents, we ask for any IEPs, we ask for behavior plans, any reports that go along with the student, so we really understand what the needs of that student will be if we decide to accept the application. We review the application, and on the next slide, we either accept the application, in some cases they're declined, and lots of the applications typically get accepted. There's a few times when one of the centers might not be able to answer a question that came in the referral packet that could be around a specific need that a student has, where we might not have the support or the staff that can address that, like physical therapy, for example. Or in some cases, it might be a question for somebody who needs that their needs can be better answered through the assessment team at California School for the Blind. So those are just a few cases. Most of the assessments we can do. On the next slide, and wrapping up our assessment referral process, is just to say that we're slightly different than what happens in the school setting, where the school districts may have some lingering questions. Maybe the student didn't qualify, and there's a question, and the parents would like an independent evaluation. So what happens is, on that referral application, the parents and the district will decide what questions they want answered. We included a couple questions. These are just samples, but we answer all different types of questions, but slightly different than what might happen in the school district, where you're you're assessing and looking for a placement or whether or not they qualify for special education. We're looking to just answer the questions that you have, lingering questions. Oftentimes parents want to know more about or want a deeper dive into what might be not allowing their student to progress in the way that they were hoping they were, or something along those lines. So there might be questions like, what supports and strategies can help the student access the curriculum, or what's their learning profile, including cognitive or processing and language, deeper dive into that learning profile. Or what else could be going on with my student? Is it autism? Is it trauma? Is there anxiety? What we just can't put our finger on, something's going on, and we just need more information. And so that's when we can step in and we can answer those deeper questions. The last slide around assessment is just that a lot of our assessments take place at our centers, either in Fremont, in Fresno or in LA. But anybody that's traveling to us, the diagnostic centers will cover those, if they're traveling for more than 50 miles, the diagnostic centers are able to cover their lodging and reimburse them for meals while they're with us and during those assessments, usually about 2 days, sometimes 3 or 4. So the hope is that there is very little cost, if none, hopefully none, to the families that want their students assessed by diagnostic center. We do offer a report, and we do provide that an opportunity for a conference if everybody's in agreement. The things that DCN, DCC, and DCS are, so we're independent evaluators, we're non-biased assessments, we include all the information, but we are not part of the IEP team, and we're not part of the IEP process. And we want to make sure to reiterate that, because we won't answer any questions that are very specific to service or placement, for example, because those are all IEP team decisions. And so since we're not part of that process, we'll just give you some information that you can take back to the team, hopefully, and have a further discussion around that. And I believe that's it for assessment. And the next slide.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to jump in and talk about my favorite. It is my favorite thing that we do at the Diagnostic Center. I love projects. And whenever we start a project with a district or an LEA, a SELPA, I always tell them projects are not for the faint of heart, because we are trying to we're introducing something that the staff has not been practicing, or we're trying to change culture or viewpoints or practices. And so you're going to get sometimes a little resistance, and that's okay. We will work through it. And what I love about projects is that we really get a chance to spend time with a school district or a SELPA and really get to know the people, the staff, and the students, and help them implement these things that will help students. Sometimes it's evidence-based practices. We're going to implement evidence-based practices in their programs. And we talk about them. We provide, coaching, and we provide training. And sometimes, we're actually in the moment coaching. We'll be in the classroom and something will happen and we'll whisper, okay, now's a great time to try this, and those are all wonderful things that I think at the end of the project, our feedback is that those were really helpful, that there was someone there not only to provide the training, but then to provide the coaching and to really kind of do the mentoring and the modeling sometimes. And that's one of the best feelings when you see, students progress, when you see behaviors decrease, when you see academic rigor or, increase in the classroom where I think it was maybe struggling with new curriculum and trying to figure out what to do. Like, let's talk about this. And sometimes our projects they can be anywhere from a few months to years. One SELPA, we were with them for 5 years. And that was a big project where we were trying to implement patterns of strengths and weaknesses with several districts in their SELPA. So it really depends on what the district needs. And I always tell districts, call us. We have a list. If you could go to the next page, next slide rather. These are just some of the projects that we've had in the past. We do AAC. We have a new one that we've done, augmentative and alternative communication, where we actually, one is working with SLPs on how to conduct those. And then we created another one where it's the second part where we're talking about implementing it, right? Because they know, so now we implement it in the classroom. One that came from a request from a school district near us, it was the paraprofessional. They came to us and they said, we really need some support for our paras and helping them. And so we told them, give us some time and we'll create one for you. And so we created a project for them. We piloted it. And now it's one of our most popular projects that we're doing. We're actually going to be doing it up in Butte County this year. Universal Design for Learning, that's another one that has kind of blossomed in the last couple of years. But basically, if you have an idea, reach out to us. And if we don't have a project, we'll create one with you. And I think that's the beauty of it. It is very much a collaboration with the school district or the SELPA, that we're creating this together and that we are in this together. And we meet regularly and we talk about what's working, what's not working, what do we need to tweak. And our coaches, I think, really have a lot invest a lot in what they're doing with the district and the SELPA. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So again, please contact us if you have a question or you know somebody like this would be great if they could do this in our district. Call us or email us and we're happy to schedule a meeting. And as you can tell, I could talk about projects for hours. I really could, because I love them. And even though they're hard, and sometimes, you know, you're meeting and you're like, what are we going to do? How are we going to get around this? I love the problem solving and sometimes and thinking outside the box. Okay, this isn't working, so what can we do to fix it? Right? Because we all have to work within the system. And sometimes the system isn't just, it's not going to fit what we need. So what can we do? And I love that part. Okay.
And this is Heather. I think the other piece of that, after 20 blah, 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 blah years in education, 25-ish, is that coaching piece. I can't tell you how many times when I was in the classrooms and as a school psychologist, and we would provide information or training, and it would fall off because, you know, it doesn't stick as well as when you have that consistent coaching and the implementation science behind it. And yet we still want to offer training because there's a lot of professional development and a lot of people take some great information away from trainings. And so we offer a lot of trainings. So we can move on to the next two slides to where the training topics are. So every diagnostic center in the state will offer different types depending on their expertise and who they have on their staff. But some of the things that we do have several trainings on that you can find probably in all of our catalogs is augmentative and alternative communication, AAC trainings, executive functioning. We have lots of trainings on behavior and tier 1, tier 2 type supports on behavior and supporting behavior in the classroom, mental health topics, social emotional building and self-regulation, lots of things on communication and multilingual communication, dyslexia, science of reading, literacy, deaf and hard of hearing, also preschool series, autism, universal design for learning. So we also will say, if you go to the next slide, that if you have ideas, again, same with the technical assistance, if you have ideas or if you have training needs that you haven't been able to figure out, or you don't have the staff possibly, or, you know, I know a lot of districts right now, there's a lot of changes and a lot of updates and things that are happening. So if you need us, again, we will come in and do professional development for completely free, no charge. And so we always ask at this part, it's like, what are your folks saying in your area? You know, what do they need? What do your school psychs need? What do your families need? What do your service providers need? So we can create those. And so that brings us to the resources.
Okay.
On the next slide.
So if you go to, I think all three diagnostic center websites have these two resources on our website, and one is CAPTAIN, and that's the California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, and that is actually very near and dear to DCN because that was co-founded by Ann England, who was one of our assistant directors for many years, and Patty Shutter, who's now in Placer County Office of Ed. And so if you go onto the CAPTAIN website, there's tons of resources, and all of those resources are free. And they really encourage people to just take the resources that are available and use them. You know, that's what they want us to do with them. They have trainings, they have PowerPoints already available on some of, you know, many of the evidence-based practices. You can link to the Affirm modules, which talks, you know, we'll give you training on the evidence-based practices. And so it's just a wealth of information. And then also PENT, which is near and dear to Diagnostic Center South, because that was co-founded by Diana Browning Wright and Deborah Holt. And that was between the Diagnostic Center South and the SELPA. So they, again, tons of information. And, you know, I think PENT is, so many things are coming out from PENT right now, especially with, you know, behavior and mental health. And there's just lots of resources there that I know we have to take some time to go through because things are just happening so quickly. So those can be found on our website. And then obviously, if you go to the next page, this is just emails of myself or Teresa Pafford, who's at Diagnostic Center Central, and then Laura Anderson, who's at Diagnostic Center South. please email us. We would, we love answering questions. And just a separate Diagnostic Center North, because we're tiny and we're right on the California School for the Blind. If you are driving by on your way to Sacramento or you're going home and you want to stop by and just get a tour or just sit and talk, please come and visit. We love getting visitors. Definitely. We'll come have a cup of coffee. We'll talk. We'll give you a little tour. We'll talk about what your district may need or, district that you're working with may need and how we can support. And if we can't do it, we hope we'll be able to point you to someone who can. All right. And that kind of ends our presentation. What questions do you have for us?
Well, thank you for the presentation and the warm invitation for meeting and connecting and coffee. Just might take you up on that. I'm pretty close to Fremont, so thank you. Thank you so much. I see Vice Chair Snipes has her hand up.
Thank you so much for your presentation. As a member of the statewide system of support and technical assistance provider, I think my biggest question, and someone who lives in very far Northern California, very far away from Fremont, which would be my North Diagnostic Center. My question is really, when you get these requests from SELPAs, LEAs, first, what is the process that you go through to determine who you can work with, just knowing like there are major constraints as far as how big California is? And then also thinking about the system of support, a lot of the topics that you were talking about are things that, open access and UDL and what kind of opportunities have you found to be able to collaborate and provide that regional support, knowing that we do have technical assistance providers who might have a little bit of a larger capacity?
Definitely great questions. So for us at Diagnostic Center North, when we're talking with districts about projects or SELPAs, it really just starts with a conversation. And right now we just met with Yuba City and Butte to talk about, how are we going to do this? And that's what we just build it. We talk about what they need. We talk about, do we have the staff to support that? And with Yuba City, we're starting out a little bit smaller because we're talking about, the personnel that they have and trying to build it so that already is going to be a multi-year project. Our goal, I joke with my staff, my goal is to get into MODOC. It really is, right? To get into MODOC and provide training or something with them. But, this year we're actually providing in-person trainings to Humboldt Del Norte. We're sending 4 staff at the beginning of the school year for them to have them in person, because I do see the value of having, trainings in person, because I think the engagement is much more, and, I think there's so much, and it's a very, very small district in Humboldt Del Norte. I think they're opening it up to other people in the SELPA just so that we would have more than, I think the district only has like 10 people, 10 staff. So I think we're opening it up so we'll have more people that can share the information. So I think it really is very, very few times do we ever say no to a project. Usually it's because we don't have the staffing for it or the right people with the expertise for it. But even if they're not ready, if you're looking at implementation science, we are starting, like, how can we get you ready? And how we can, we'll provide trainings, we'll provide some kind of observation and coaching for you while we're working on, with the leadership to get you ready for a project. Because our goal is really sustainability. We want it where when we drive away, that the district has it and they have the people who can continue with this project and continue the program. And we will, whatever we develop, our PowerPoints, our trainings, we will hand off to the district and we'll say, use it to train your next group of folks, use it for like our paraprofessional, here's all the information, here's the PowerPoints, here's the, all the information, how to do it, here's the process, go ahead. And people can always reach out. So we had a district reach out to us, said, we did a project with you 2 years ago, but we need a little bit like a little like refresher. Can you come out and do that? And I'm like, sure, let's figure out how we can do it. So it really, our goal really is to support where we can. The second part, I'm sorry, I went off about projects and I totally lost the second part.
Assessment.
Which
Assessment.
was
How do we access, how are we able to decide
no.
to provide that support for assessments? So in such rural areas, right?
No,
Heather?
I think it was collaboration.
Oh,
so
that too, that too.
So we do have a collaboration with Open Access. So our AAC in the classroom project, that is in collaboration with Open Access.
Awesome.
So we realized that they're doing this project and we're doing this project, and wouldn't it make sense if we were doing it together? And then we kind of calibrated it so we're doing it the same way and we're providing the same information, and we do that. UDL, we present at UDL, we present at PBIS, so we are involved with these agencies, and not as that we're a standalone, but how can we support? Or is there something that you guys need that you want us to pick up? Or are we doing something, that you guys don't need to do it, And I can only speak for DCN because we are very, I love collaborating with other agencies. And my first go is like, if a district comes to us and they'll say, we need some information on PBIS, I'm like, well, have you contacted, or even with Open Access, UDL, have you contacted Open Access? Because they're right there, right next to you, And so I do, refer districts and SELPAs out because I want them to use those agencies. And there's so much wealth of knowledge out there and expertise. Like you said, it's a big state. It's hard for one agency to do it alone, and we can't. So we need to work together. So that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much. And I am from Humboldt Del Norte. So I'm going to figure out a way. And they're actually a grantee that I work closely with. So I want to figure out a way to be able to connect with you and your team when you come up here.
Definitely. Please.
Thank you.
Love
We'll
it.
schedule a meeting, Heather. I'll reach out to me at Contact Us, and I'll be up there.
I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. What a great presentation. I just have to say to Dr. Hilbach-Amon, the culture is changing. You've really thrown yourself, your body, your soul into this. I remember how a few years ago, there was almost like zero visibility and support that you needed. And now look what's happening. The fact that you have 2 team members here with you, it's just really heartwarming to see. I know how necessary this was.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, you brought that necessary attention for the state to invest in deaf and hard of hearing and low incidence. Yeah, I've been on the commission 6 years now and I just used to be able to feel your frustration, and now I get to feel the enthusiasm, and I'm just thrilled for you guys. I'm thrilled for us. I'm thrilled for the state, but what you guys have done, you're starting to see the fruits of the labor now. And all that means is students are going to be able to communicate and be heard and form relationships, and have all that great stuff that comes with education. So thank you so much.
This is Nancy. Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you. And also, really, I do want to emphasize that I am very grateful with my team. This team is amazing. Gloria and her team are full of energy, full of commitment. They're always out there. And of course, we want to do more to support others and other school districts that have not yet had the opportunity to get services from us.
Thank you so much. I'm scanning for other commissioners. Okay, not seeing any. Really grateful for your presentation. Thank you. Just fantastic team.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We will transition into public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item, the update from the Director of State Special Schools, can call in. We'll have the public comment slide up. There's a number and a participant access code. Once you call in, you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number and be given 1 minute to speak.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we are still ahead of schedule. We have a commitment to ensuring that our public comment stays consistent with our 1 o'clock return. I believe it's 1, let me double check. Yes, 1 o'clock return. So hoping nobody is opposed to a little bit of an extra long lunch. You can try out a new complicated recipe that's been on your to-do list for a while. And we will return at 1 p.m. So see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving straight into item 14, our general public comment. This is an opportunity for anybody who wishes to speak on any item that is not on our agenda today. You'll see the public comments slide up right now with a phone number and a participant access code. When you call in, you will be identified by your last 4 digits of your phone number and given 1 minute to speak. We'll pause to allow time for those who wish to call in to do that.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving to item 15. We are very excited to welcome Jennifer Bloom and Christine Gamberg from the Alta California Regional Center. We're so excited to hear your highlights on how regional centers support students and families. So I will turn it over to you without further ado. I think we'll be showing your slides and advancing them for you. So when you're ready, you can just say next slide and we'll take care of that on our end.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Jennifer Bloom to join, and then I can only see the slides in room 1101.
Yes, that's the screen that is our live screen. Do you want some time to wait for Jennifer?
Yes, please. And then is it going to show on the main screen so that we can see it?
If you pin the video that says room 1101, it'll make it bigger for you. And then you'll be able to see that screen.
Oh, I learn something new every day. Thank you.
No problem. We can give time for Jennifer to join and go into agenda building instead next, if that would be okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, no problem. Okay, commissioners, we'll go a little out of order and into item 16 for agenda building. I did want to mention I was contacted by Heather Dufede from High Quality IEP Project, and she wanted to potentially, if the commission would like, present in August about the digitized IEP template. She says it will be in our special education data system digitized by June 30th. So with the start of the school year, it might be a really nice time to review that. So I wanted to put that on the list and see if I'm seeing thumbs up and nods. Great. And I'll open the floor to any other agenda building ideas or requests.
I recently talked to La Mesa Spring Valley about their parent empowerment program. And I think that they have a wonderful replicable system that I would love to bring to everyone. So that's what I'm putting on for August.
That sounds great. And then just order of business, we'll need to make sure we have some time for our strategic planning for the year. So that will have to be part of our agenda.
And we'll also want to make space for our conversation about getting the word out and what the next steps will be for our student commissioner recruitment.
Yes. Yes. Did we have anything, Vice Chair Snipes, that was a holdover from previous meetings? I know we're still waiting for DDS potentially. Seeing a nod.
I'm going to pull up our notes from last meeting just to make sure, because I do know that we have a few things that rolled over.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Graff had made the recommendation that we reach out to Cedar.
Oh, yes.
I think that might be a good thing to do, so we can connect with her and see if we can do that.
Okay, great. Other thoughts from anybody? Well, this is also not a now or never. If you think of something, you can send a message. And we are, I believe we're doing our planning meeting next week. Is that correct, Vice Chair Snipes?
I believe that is correct.
I think so. So we'll start a more in-depth logistical conversation at that time. And then we can always make adjustments if you guys think of anything else.
Oh, I do think, I think that Commissioner Feimer and I had a really good conversation about like getting the word out about accommodation support. Commissioner Feimer, do you want to unmute and share a little bit more about what your thoughts were?
Yeah, I was in the middle of still typing and I was trying to go with it. Yes, I recently took some AP tests this past senior year. And there were a lot of issues with what was how I would get support through College Board, because they have to approve your accommodations. They have to say if they think that you should be able to use them or not, and then also having the school follow the rules of College Board to make sure that you don't use anything outside of the accommodations that they had approved. And it became a really hard thing. And I end up losing out on a lot of my testing time because of miscommunication and not being allowed to use my current year accommodations, only being allowed to use last year accommodations. And I feel like this would be like an important thing to do, to see what to like reach out to see like what the steps are to like make sure we know how to get accommodations and whatnot for students going through like AP testing and College Board.
Definitely noted that one. We will make some connections and see if we can get somebody to join us.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
I was also thinking about having YLF join us, because they have their summer event, the leadership event, and it would be great to have them come back. I know that it's been a couple of years now, but it would be great to have them come back and talk about how the experience was, because I know that they can be helpful for us to recruit students as well. Mm-hmm. But just hearing that experience it was really valuable then, and I'd love to bring them back again and to hear about it.
That's a great idea too. All right, holding a moment for any others. Okay, well then can we go to public comment on this item, please? So members of the public who wish to make a comment about this agenda item, which is agenda building for our August meeting, you can call the number that's highlighted on the public comment slide. After you dial in, there's a participant access code that you enter, and you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's time for you to speak, and you will be given 1 minute.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, well, I see that we are ready for item 15. Thank you to our presenters for being flexible with time. I know we're starting a bit early. We are very excited again to have Jennifer Bloom and Christine Gamberg from the Alta California Regional Center. We are going to be showing your slides and advancing them, so just let us know when you want the next slide. And Jennifer, if you need to see the slide deck in a larger Zoom window, you can just pin the room 1101 window, and that'll make it a little bit easier for you to see.
Thank you.
Great. And we'll turn it over to you. We're excited to have you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Jennifer Bloom, and I am one of 2 directors of client services at Alta California Regional Center. And today we're going to give a brief overview of Regional Center services and also talk about how some ways in which our work intersects with yours. So next slide, please. And I'm going to start with just a little bit of background about regional centers, how we came to exist. Next slide, please. So regional centers exist because of the Lanterman Act. That picture right there is a picture of Frank Lanterman. He was a legislator in the 1960s. And during those times and prior, when a child was born with a developmental disability, families were encouraged to place their children in institutions or hospitals without a lot of support and without just like inclusion in the community. And so in the 1960s, a group of parents went to the state capitol in Sacramento, and rumor has it that they went and met with Frank Lanterman. They rode the elevator upstairs with him and said, you know, if the state is willing to pay for institutions for our children, why not take those funds and allocate them to an organization in the community so that we can involve our children in their communities, we can be inclusive, we can support our children at home with support. And so legislation was passed in 1965, and those public resources were shifted from institutions to communities. And now we have 21 regional centers across the state, and regional centers exist to provide an assessment of eligibility and diagnosis, and also service coordination. So we'll get a little more into that in a minute. Next slide, please. The regional center system statewide serves over 400,000 people. The regional center system is unique to California. Sometimes we have families who let us know they are moving out of state and they want us to connect them to the regional center in Michigan or Oregon. And that's not something that we can do because regional centers are established in California specifically. Our services are voluntary. That's really important, especially for our child welfare partners who sometimes ask us to mandate that individuals participate in regional center services. We can encourage, we can train, we can coach as to all of the reasons why regional centers are beneficial, but we cannot mandate that people participate. We have 2 programs that we administer. One is our Early Start program for infants and toddlers, birth age to 3. from birth to age 3, excuse me. And regional center services under the Lanterman Act are from age 3 throughout the lifespan. The Early Start program is a federal program, but in California, the Early Start program is housed in regional centers. That's really helpful for us because it allows oftentimes children who are in the Early Start program end up being eligible under regional center services under the Lanterman Act. And it's a nice, smooth transition for families who have children with developmental delays and later a developmental disability to transfer to the regional center. Next slide. At Alta California Regional Center, we serve over 36,000 clients. So 400,000 statewide, 36,000 in our catchment area, that's what we call it. Those blue counties that are highlighted are the 10 counties that we serve. And it's wonderful. Another great thing about the regional center system is that eligibility transfers across the state. So if a family is moving from Southern California to Roseville, they would be able to be transferred from that regional center in Southern California to Alta California Regional Center. The family or the individual does not have to go through the intake process all over again. They can simply have their eligibility transferred from one regional center to another. Next, please. So the role of the regional center, I think I've touched on this a little bit, but we serve individuals with intellectual or other developmental disabilities, and we'll go into those in a bit. We help identify needs that are related to the developmental disability. So what services, what resources, what connections can we help them make related to their developmental disability? How can we help the individual be as integrated into the community as possible, being valued members of the community, and accessing services and supports to improve their lives? We do that through the Individual Family Service Plan. That's for Early Start, birth to age 3, and then the Individual Program Plan, ages 3 through end of life. Next, please. So a little bit about eligibility. I will talk about our eligible conditions on the next slide, please. Okay, these are the conditions of eligibility as defined in law under the Lanterman Act. Intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, autism, and then the law actually calls it 5th category. That means that the individual requires treatment similar to someone who has an intellectual disability. And then between the ages of 3 and 5, there's a category called provisional eligibility that is considered. The point of provisional eligibility is to give children a little more time to develop. When a child leaves the Early Start program at age 3, sometimes we're not quite sure or we're not able to identify a lifelong developmental disability at age 3. What we don't want to do is to send those families and children on their way, and then they come back to us maybe at age 6 or 7 after they've had an individual education plan meeting at school or more testing, and we find out that they do indeed have a developmental disability. So this provisional eligibility timeframe allows us a little bit more time to monitor the child, talk with the family, conduct more assessments, and to see if a developmental disability exists. Next slide. Okay, so in addition to those eligible criteria that I mentioned, autism, intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and 5th category, we have a few other things we must consider. We have to be able to determine that the disability originated prior to the age of 18, that the disability is expected to last throughout the lifespan, and that there is substantial disability in 3 or more of these areas that you see bullet pointed on the slide. So a diagnosis of autism on its own without a substantial disability in 3 or more of these areas would not qualify the individual for regional center services on its own. We're looking for deficits in self-care, learning, mobility, expressive and receptive language, self-direction, capacity for independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. I know that's a lot, but the idea is really to determine eligibility for a lifelong disability, and the state and we take that very seriously. So we need to factor in all of these pieces. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I chatted about provisional eligibility a little bit already. I mentioned that this is kind of like a safety net for children between the ages of 3 and 5. Instead of having 3 areas of substantial disability to qualify for provisional eligibility, we just need to be able to establish that there are 2. And then we reassess before the child turns 5 to determine if they have a developmental disability. Next slide, please. Okay, this is also important, and something that the community, I think, finds helpful is that a developmental disability cannot be a disability that is only a psychiatric disorder, only a learning disability, or only physical in nature. It is true that we have a lot of clients who might have autism and a psychiatric disorder, or autism and a learning disability, or maybe someone who has epilepsy and also has a physical disability. But it can't be only one of these 3 things. Next, please. And then we get referrals from a variety of sources. These are just some that are listed here on the screen. It's important to know that though we can get referrals from any of these sources, we have to have consent from the legally responsible person or the individual themselves before moving forward with the intake application process. Next, please. Okay.
Hey, and hello, everyone. My name is Christine Gamberg, and I'm the Education Support Manager here at Alta California Regional Center. I'm happy to be here today, and I'll be reviewing the Regional Center services after age 3, also under the Lanterman Act. Next. So we have case management units that are age and geographically based. We have early start units, birth to 3, as Jennifer mentioned. We aren't reviewing that as we're more focusing on the school age clients that we have. We have early childhood units, ages 3 through 5. And then once they turn 6, they transfer to our children's units, ages 6 through 18. And once they turn 18, they transfer to our adult units. Our main office is here in Sacramento, and about 60% of our client population resides in Sacramento County, followed by Placerville and then Yolo. We have 7 branch or outline offices that are located in Grass Valley, Placerville, Roseville, South Lake Tahoe, Truckee, Yuba City, and Woodland. Next. So we have service coordinators that have assigned caseloads in the units. All of our service coordinators have at least a bachelor's degree, and many have master's degrees as well. They each have assigned caseloads for their clients and are the main contact for clients and families. So we have other supplemental services, but everything goes directly through their assigned service coordinator. They develop plans of support that we refer to as individual program plans or IPPs. Our service coordinators assist in monitoring those clients' IPPs. We have them a minimum of 1 time a year, typically around their birthday. But if parents do want to meet more frequently, they have the right to do so. Service coordinators also assist in securing needed services and supports. They provide educational support as well as advocacy. And some of the other resources that we have for advocacy and resources for families are provided by service coordinators, such as the Disability Rights California, our Special Education Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. And that is a nice tool for families to be able to refer to in understanding the special education regulations, the IEP process, and how that works. We also are partnered with the Office of Clients' Rights Advocacy, and our contact person does take referrals from our service coordinators and does consult with our families regarding any type of legal input regarding IEPs or special education that maybe the service coordinators may not be able to provide to the families. We also are partnered with family resource centers. Our main one here in Sacramento County and other outlying counties that are in our catchment area is Warmline. They do provide services to families if they need to complete any type of necessary forms that agencies require. They provide trainings to families, as well as any type of IEP document review. And we do work closely with them in making referrals back and forth for any additional services that the families may need. Next. Our regional centers must exhaust generic resources, and some of those examples of generic resources accessed by Families for Children, so that would be ages 3 through when they turn 18, is California Children's Services, in-home support services, Medi-Cal, private insurance, and school districts. Next. And some of the potential services for children, and these are not all inclusive, these services are based on the assessed needs of the client. So behavioral health treatment, behavior parent training, co-pay assistance, respite services, and that's for services to provide a break in care for families or caregivers who are caring for individuals with disabilities, medical alert, daycare services, durable medical equipment, and that ranges anywhere from pull-ups to mobility devices, all the way to helping them redo a bathroom so that their child with any physical impairments has access to that. Also social recreational activities, Safe Life classes, and Safe Life classes are for our clients ages 14 through 18 and are provided to help empower our clients to make positive choices and decisions by teaching and applying those skills specifically around areas of abuse awareness, personal safety, reporting skills, and appropriate relationships. Crisis services, we are vendored with CBEM, which stands for Creating Behavioral and Educational Momentum. And those services include crisis management, training and skill development, and caregiver support. Next. And we help with the transition planning for adult life. Once our clients turn 18, they are transferred to the adult unit, and an IPP meeting or an individual program plan meeting and transition meeting together are held. That includes the client, their family, the children's service coordinator, and also the receiving service coordinator from the adult unit. And during that time period, which is typically 18 through 21, that is the main focus is that they are focusing on adult life, and the client has the ability to express what their preferences are and what they see as what they want and their desires are moving into adulthood. Some of those conversations can be around continuing education and what does that look like and how can the regional center support them in that endeavor. Some clients want to seek employment or day and vocational programs, and what services would they need to go to Department of Rehabilitation for some support. So it's a very important time period where the main focus is what do they see themselves doing in the future. Also mobility training, and that goes along the lines of, do they need help navigating the public transit system around their community so that they can safely maneuver around and find their way if they're not driving? Transportation services, whether they need transportation to and from their school or vocational program or employment, as well as living options. We do offer some independent living skills training, not just for our clients who want to live independently outside of the family home, but as well as inside the home, just to teach them how to be more independent in their own life, even if they are going to be continuing to live with their family. And the services that I just reviewed are for clients who have separated from the school district, either through earning a traditional high school diploma, or students on the certificate of completion or the alternate pathway to a diploma track, and subsequently aging out or exiting special education at age 22. Next. And just like in the children's units, the regional centers must exhaust the generic resources for adults as well. And some examples of the generic resources accessed by adults are in-home support services, Social Security, Department of Rehabilitation, Department of Mental Health, and Medi-Cal. Next.
Okay, thank you, Christine. I think it's my turn. So when we were invited to present to you today, we were asked to address ways that Alta California Regional Center's work ties into the main focus areas for the California Advisory Commission on Special Education. So in the next few slides, we're going to highlight and point out some of the ways where our work intersects. Next. So elevating student, Christine, that's you. I almost.
Yes, that's me. I'm sorry. I didn't unmute. I thought I unmuted myself, but I didn't. Thank you, Jen. So elevating student and family voice, expand outreach and engagement so students and families are active partners in shaping policies and systems. And here at the Alta California Regional Center, we have partnerships with our special education local plan areas, or SELPAs, county offices of education, or COEs, and our local educational agencies, or LEAs, in our 10 county catchment area. We we attend and participate in the community advisory committees, or CAC meetings, when invited by the districts. We are currently in a long-term project that we call the meet and greet events. And though the main purpose of that is to set up an environment that is just a neutral environment so that we can meet and put faces to names that we probably emailed or met in an IEP meeting. And that's organized by county and or the single district SELPAs in Sacramento County. We do have 6 single district SELPAs in Sacramento County. And so far, like I said, this is a long-term project. We have done one through our county, one of our county SELPAs, where the managers for the Placer County SELPA was invited, as well as their team members. And we provided a presentation of an overview on Alta, and then they provided enough time for all of the people from the regional center, as well as people at the special education meeting, to meet and greet. So it was really nice, and we did get positive feedback from the SELPA administrator. And the second one that we've done is in one of our single district SELPAs, where we attended their special education administrative meeting and invited the managers and the team that oversee that particular school district. We completed from January through May, we called it our 6th school tour, where it was the managers from our Roseville office. It was a high school district in Roseville, and we attended their special education meetings, and we discussed options for their students to transition into adulthood. So, and it was a really meaningful discussion where they would have some knowledge to share with and information to share with the families when discussing what does after high school look like. So we finished that just this past May. We also have quarterly interagency meetings with SELPA administrators and our managers here at the regional center. And we take turns. Sometimes the SELPA administrators will present on a topic that is shared with the group. And sometimes we provide, the regional center provides training to the SELPA administrators so that we each understand what services we provide, our processes, and some regulations. We also have quarterly community education related workshops and outreach events throughout the agency to spread awareness across communities. Next.
Thank you, Christine. I'll take this slide. This one is around strengthening comprehensive supports. So we all know that we can't do this work alone, that it takes a team. And we are really fortunate. Christine spoke to the partnerships we have with local education agencies and the SELPAs and more. And in addition to that, the regional center has on staff, we have board certified behavior analysts who provide consultative services. They work hand in hand with service coordinators. They often make visits to the families' homes to talk with parents about ways to help their child and manage their behaviors, make recommendations on various behavioral supports and techniques that might be tried. We have crisis services that we can offer for cases where families are really struggling with behaviors or routines, or maybe their student will not get up in the morning, get out the door, and they will create visual systems and helping that's a very basic example, but it is something that happens. And so we like to coordinate with our crisis service contracted providers, our vendor providers, to provide support in that area. And social recreational activities, that's really important to promote that feeling of inclusion, helping our clients access services in the community with same-aged peers, helping the community accept people with developmental disabilities, recognizing that we're all people. We really want our clients to feel included in their communities and to build friendships and to increase their socialization skills. And so social recreation activities is a big part in that. We also support evidence-based applied behavior analysis, ABA, or behavior treatment. And when ABA is not a covered benefit through the client's or the family's private insurance or Medi-Cal, the regional center can step in to provide that support through one of our vendor providers. We also provide behavior parent training. This is really important because it helps families understand what it's like to have a behavior service in their home. What does it mean to take data? What is an antecedent to a behavior? So meaning like, what happens right before the behavior occurs, helping identify these trends. And it's just families having an understanding of the concept of ABA is very helpful. We're also really pleased that we have such robust partnerships with our managed care plan partners. So there are, I think, 6 managed care plans that oversee or work with our 10 county catchment area. We have liaisons with each plan. We have quarterly meetings with each plan, and we can make case management referrals when we know a family is struggling accessing a service or a support through their insurance. We can work together with the managed care plan to help the family access those services. And then we're also fortunate to have on staff, we have staff physicians, psychologists, and nurses. So sometimes the needs of our clients are very complex and they need medical support as well. And so our physicians and psychologists and nurses act on a consultative basis with the service coordinator and the family, and often can act as a liaison to the treating physician if there's confusion around a medical term or how to access a certain service. Our multidisciplinary team can assist there. Next.
Thank you, Jen. Advancing equitable and inclusive practices, promote least restrictive environments, authentic participation, and data-driven decision-making. We do participate in statewide meetings through the Department of Developmental Services. We participate in the California Early Childhood Special Education, or ACSE. We have community education workshops to educate parents and community members on special education related topics. Some of those topics are turning 3 years old. So it's a training for the community, parents, and caregivers on what can they expect moving from early intervention services into special education within the school district, and what questions to ask so that that transition is more seamless, and there's less anxiety along the lines of that transition. We provide education workshops for service coordinators throughout the year on special education related topics. We focus heavily on how to effectively support clients and families. Some of those trainings are understanding special education, the IEP process, and also understanding the IEP document, how to best support families in an IEP meeting. We also offer those in the parent version during the community. High school completion options. So what does that look like in terms of traditional diploma versus certificate of completion versus the alternate pathway to a diploma? We have supported decision making that includes and involves the client in being able to make decisions that are best for them. And we support those decisions and how to navigate those decisions made by the client. Person-centered planning. So everything that is discussed has the client in mind. So what would best benefit, hearing what their preferences are, what their interests are, and how they want to go about that. Everything is based on, they're in the center of that, and all the supports are surrounding them. And we also have 3 client advocates that assist in helping clients understand their rights in terms of regional center services and how to navigate that as well. Next.
Okay. Under the focus area of scaling effective practices, a lot of these initiatives mimic the slide I spoke on previously regarding strengthening comprehensive supports. We found a lot of crossover between those two and in the way that our work intersects. So just underscoring the services here, really having a lot to do with those who we have on staff, our board certified behavior analysts, our clinical staff, our multidisciplinary team approach. And, we feel that these initiatives help promote scaling effective practices across our work. Next, please.
And ways that ACSE can support ACRC's mission. We have our Alta California Regional Center mission stated at the top, where it says creates partnerships to support all eligible individuals with developmental disabilities, children at risk, and their families in choosing services and supports through individual lifelong planning as a means to achieve healthy and productive lives in their own communities. So the first is the ways that you can help is connect families to the regional center. So making that initial connection with families to the regional center benefits potential clients and their families, and it also provides the regional center the opportunity to determine whether a child is eligible for services. And a lot of times families aren't aware of the regional center, and they hear it first from their IEP team. And so that's a lot of the referrals will come from a teacher at the school or a case manager. So it's really helpful to have that connection to the regional center to make that initial connection and referral. Encourage and promote collaboration between agencies. So we definitely work better together towards a common goal. and it ultimately creates an impact in the lives of the clients and students and families that we serve. The third one, recognize that both agencies are here to support individuals with disabilities and their families. While we may follow different regulations and call the individuals with disabilities that we serve different names, whether they're called students or clients, both agencies have some of the same common goals, and that is to serve and provide services that ultimately help them lead more productive lives that are appropriate for them. And last, assume all parties have good intentions. And leading with the assumption that all parties have good intention, we have been really focusing on increasing our collaborative efforts. And we have found that leading with the assumption that we all have good intentions, it has helped with the collaboration, because it helps us recognize and acknowledge that sometimes after having a meaningful discussion or conversation, that sometimes we see that the miscommunications were merely misunderstandings of each other's processes. So it's really important, instead of making that assumption, to have a conversation. And we have noticed a very big increase in our collaboration amongst our SELPAs and county offices of education and LEAs in our catchment area. It's been very beneficial to really focus on that. Next. And that's questions. And Jennifer and my contacts are there as well as our agency email address at the bottom.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Wonderfully rich and information-packed presentation. You did a phenomenal job. And special thanks to Commissioner Scott for making the recommendation during agenda building. I see Commissioner Feimer has her hand up, so I'll turn it over to her.
Hi, I had a few questions. I was listening to this presentation. It was kind of cool, and I was like getting into it. But I don't know if I missed it or if it wasn't said yet. But my question is there like a timeline about how long it takes for family to begin receiving services after eligibility is established? And then an add-on to that question is there a timeline of determining if somebody is eligible? And then like the last add-on to that is that while they're waiting to see if they're eligible, are there resources available for them?
Excellent questions. Thank you so much. We did not speak a lot about the timelines and the intake process, and I'm happy to. So by law, we have 120 days to determine eligibility. And that's from the date that the belief of a developmental disability is established. So what I mean by that is that if an individual goes and they apply for services, we have an online portal where they go in and they create an account, and they sign consents electronically. They provide any documents that they may have. And if they have any difficulty accessing the portal, maybe accessing things on the computer is not their thing. Maybe they need help in a different language. Our phone number is on the page, and they can call at any time and get support. One of our intake office assistants can help submit that, create an account and submit that intake on behalf of somebody else. And we do provide that assistance in various languages when needed. Part of moving forward in the intake process is establishing the belief of a developmental disability. So that means that we would be talking with the individual or their caregiver on the phone, asking them some questions. If we're talking about children, we might ask questions about, tell us a little bit about your child's health history. Is your child in special education? Do you have any reports from doctors or letters from school that indicate the belief of a developmental disability? We usually are able to gather that information pretty quickly during that time. The reason we have 120 days by law to determine eligibility is because it's really, it's a lifelong diagnosis that we're giving a person. And we take that very seriously. We do in-person interviews called social assessments, where it's like a biopsychosocial report, very thorough. We're observing the individual, we're talking to their family members, we are collecting collateral information and requesting medical records and school records. Sometimes we also need to refer them out for a psychological evaluation. And you can imagine that also takes some time. So once eligibility is established, sometimes it's before 120 days, sometimes it takes the full time. Once someone is determined eligible, the service coordinator has 60 days to contact the person, schedule an individual program plan meeting, and get things started. They often don't need 60 days to do that, but we do have by law 60 days in order to get that done. In emergency situations or for children and child welfare, we're able to expedite the intake process. And let's see, you had 3 questions. What was the other?
Resources available.
Yes.
While they're seeing if they're eligible for it.
Thank you. Yes. So our intake specialists do provide people with referrals, or they might say, oh, you might want to contact the Warm Line Family Resource Center, or you may want to ask your child's physician about a referral for applied behavior analysis or a behavior service. Those things do not require regional center eligibility to access. So we provide referrals based on the individual's needs. We might say, in the meantime, please talk to your doctor about getting a referral for behavior services, or this is a great resource for socialization, or if they have Medi-Cal, your managed care plan might be able to help you with this service or that. So we do provide some ideas and supports for resources while they're waiting.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I'm the mother of a teenager with a developmental disability who has been part of the North LA County Regional Center since she pretty much was born. So I have a lot of experience with Regional Center, and also actually served on the Board of Trustees for the North LA County Regional Center for about 3 years. And I just want to say that this presentation is kind of the best comprehensive presentation and outline of like what Regional Center is and does that I've ever seen. And I think it's a really complex, vast organization. Mm-hmm. And so I really commend you on being able to pull that together and delineate it in the way that you did. And I also think that this is something I've always wanted from the start of starting with Regional Center, that I don't think the organizations, and I know that there are all the separate regional centers and all of them work kind of independently and have different ways of going about things. But I wish there was a better kind of like overview that really gave, this kind of information to parents who are starting in the regional center from the get-go, because that would be so helpful.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your feedback. And I need to give kudos to Christine. She's a master at these slides, and we work together, but thank you, Christine. And Commissioner Hamilton, you'll be pleased to know that we just recently, in January, we started doing new client orientations, and we do those twice a month. And on our website, we have a recorded version, and I'm happy to send the slides and some information to this group if you'd like just to see it. It is specific to Alta California Regional Center, but we just had an orientation session yesterday with about 26 new families attending, and we cover, we really stress that it's a general overview because, as you mentioned, Regional Center is complex. So we preface everything by saying this is an overview, not a training. It's just an orientation, and we've found that to be really a great way to set families out for success by offering that.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you so much for that presentation. My son is a Regional Center client, and I want to thank the Regional Center so much for all they've done for him. We, as a family, could not manage. Our life would be very difficult if we did not have support from the regional center. So I'm so thankful for all their help and support. I'm also work as a school nurse, and I help students, well, parents apply for regional center services. I think where I see a gap is a lot of parents are not aware that after the students start going to school, in the district, that if there's a need for services or to be reevaluated, they can contact the regional center again. They're of the belief that now everything is on the school districts to provide everything. And so they're not aware of a lot of resources. So I try to educate them about that and to help them fill out the forms. Another thing is a lot of parents don't seem to understand they need to get like a formal diagnosis of, what their child disability is or concern. They rely on the IEP. And, with the IEP, they give to qualify for services within the school district. How they quantify, like, he has autistic-like features. And so they consider that to be the diagnosis. So I have to explain to them the difference between getting a medical diagnosis and just one that comes from the school. Other concern I have is, question I have is, how does students going to have like higher education, college education, how does that affect their benefits? Are they still considered to be disabled?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Scott. I appreciate your comments very much and the support that you're providing to families in encouraging them to apply and to ask questions and to follow through. And you're right, there is I think, a misunderstanding of an educational diagnosis and a medical diagnosis. In fact, Christine and her team are doing a training on that in a couple of weeks to, is that right, Christine?
Yes, and we also touch on that in our Turning 3 Years Old, the difference between the school identifying a disability under one of the 13 categories, and it's based on IDEA and California Education Code, versus a diagnosis is under the DSM-5. And we do a side-by-side of what that looks like, because the biggest one that we have confusion on is autism, for sure. That they have, because we have a lot of clients with a diagnosis of autism here at the regional center, but maybe under the IEP, it's under speech or language impairment. So there's a lot of confusion back and forth, to where we have parent consultations in explaining that to parents, that they are completely different criteria that the districts use. It's educational, it's not a diagnosis, versus our diagnosis is by a clinical psychologist, and they have two different criteria. So I know we get some from families with the IEP, and then we also get some with the diagnosis that are confused by the IEP. So it goes back and forth. So we do our best to provide the differences and make it very evident that they are very different in terms of eligibility criteria. So thank you for mentioning that, because it's a big one for sure.
Yes, thank you, Christine. And Commissioner Scott, to answer your question about college, that does not change the individual's eligibility with the regional center. We have a number of young adults and even older adults who are attending community colleges or have gone on to higher education, four-year universities with support in some cases, with less support in others, and they're still regional center clients. That does not change because they are accessing higher education.
Pausing for any other commissioners with comments or questions. Okay. Okay, seeing none, just another enthusiastic and grateful thank you for your presentation. I absolutely agree with what Commissioner Hamilton said. This was truly the most comprehensive yet digestible presentation of the regional center services. So
Thank
echoing
you.
the kudos. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you
for
for
all the
being
work that
here.
you're doing.
Oh, thank you so much.
I have
And
one
we
quick
will,
question.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
May I? I was just curious, in the focus areas, Christine and we really gave that a lot of thought, and I'm just wondering and open to any constructive feedback for sure. Did that meet what you were looking for? And do you agree, or do you think we were off, or just interested to know about that?
On the ways that ACSE can support the mission?
More so the way that our work intersects with those 4 focus areas that we were asked to kind of link our work to yours.
Yeah. Oh, the slide's right before it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And I think that really, one of the things that we've been talking about as a commission is how do we strengthen the work that we do across the state? Because realistically, we meet 5 times a year. Okay. And our role is to serve as an advisory body to our appointing bodies. And so we advise the governor, the legislature, state board, CDE, and we've talked about how the work that we do with our liaisons and in finding these common themes and threads where the work overlaps and strengthens in our priority areas is really the direction that we need to go to maximize our impact. So you putting this together and identifying all the different ways that you overlap with elevating student and family voice, advancing equitable and inclusive practices was phenomenal. I think it was
good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.
We met a couple times to really do something meaningful there. So I'm glad that we hit the mark. Thank you, Jen, for asking that.
Yeah. And this is Commissioner Scott, just to say that it was exactly what, I was expecting. The presentation was very good. And the thing is, our meetings reach other educators, parents. So the hope is that, because a lot of teachers, educators are not aware of what the regional center does.
Right.
So, and they do listen, to this meeting that we have. So the hope is that they learn something from it, as well as the parents. Because one of the issues with higher education, a lot of parents feel that their students will lose benefits. And so it's not really encouraged, or even to just get a diploma, a high school diploma. So yeah, those are areas we really need to educate parents about.
Thank you for that feedback.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And we'll transition to public comment. So in case anyone calls in, if you want to stick around and hear what they have to say, you're welcome to. The public comment slide is up right now. There's a dial-in number with a participant access code. When you call in, you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you'll be given 1 minute to speak. And we'll pause and give some time for callers to go through the process.
There are no callers at this time. Actually, wait, someone just came in. Give me 1 second. Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation and begin public comment. Speaker, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Judy McKinley calling in regard with learning disabilities. Kudos to Commissioner Ruiz for her comments yesterday and today. I want to share the story of a child who is transitioning from kindergarten to first grade this week. This child has an amazing mom who took her to a regional center for diagnosis at an early age. This led to a speech and language intervention program. The child also attended an amazing early intervention program at a university. The child transitioned to a TK program followed by kindergarten this year. The school speech and language specialist had the courage to provide this mom with important information regarding the needs of her child. It is essential that professionals at our schools have the ability to share information with families without fear of retaliation. This child is a success story because of her early
Caller, your
intervention.
time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again so much to the Alta California Regional Center. We will close this item and move into our final item, item 17, general public comment. This is an opportunity for anybody to call in and speak to something that was not on our agenda. There is a dial-in number, participant access code, and you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, we made it to the end of our June meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. And I really, really appreciate all of the engagement and excitement and thoughtfulness and everything that you did and always bring to our meetings. And I will look forward to seeing all of you in person, hopefully in August. And Director Heenan, good luck with everything that needs to be done with the building. I hope that resolves for everybody soon. And with that, I will say adios and conclude our June meeting. Thank you all so much.